ad break should now be finished. For Twitch, YouTube, they're behind like 5-6 entire minutes. Rip YouTube viewers. The last time we completed the first investigation and trial for Turnabout Academy, which is case 3 of Dual Destinies. We're now on day 2 investigation. Last time we, all 3 students said that they had committed the murder. October 25th, Write Anything Agency. Sorry, boss. Couldn't do it. You know, that little bit of advice you gave me? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I don't know exactly what you meant, but there was no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remembered that. But now, how about relaxing a little? Relax? Not gonna happen! Junie, she asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for the confessions, I'd... But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? No, I can't lose it all. Not now. You okay, Athena? You're turning kind of pale. Can't just stand around here. I'm going to finish the investigation. Margaret, wait. I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out of my magic Fonties. Thanks, but I'd better get going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center first, right away. No, wait. I'm going with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I better go too. No problem. You two be careful. Detention center, visitor's room. There's so much I need to ask Junie. What happens in court today? Where we go from here? Well now, fancy meeting you here. Oh, Professor Means. What brings you here? I asked him to come. He arrived just a little before you. I wanted to ask him something. But first, Athena, I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me. He was calling me Athena until just now. No, I should be the one apologizing. The whole thing spiraled out of my control. Athena, Don't worry, I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove your innocence. About that... Athena, I've been thinking of asking Professor Means to defend me. Huh? I myself only just heard of this a moment ago. Oh, so she thinks Professor Means would be... No! I can't let this happen! Not with the way he wants to do things. Junie! No, Athena, but will you please hear me out? Why change lawyers? Athena, do you actually think Hugh or Robin could have committed this crime? The body was moved right before the mock trial. Besides Junie, they're the only ones who can move freely around the campus at that time. Sorry, Junie, but at this point, I can't rule them out. I was afraid you'd say that. Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all 3 of their names. Only I am capable of such a feat. But how can you possibly prove that all 3 of them are innocent? I am a result-oriented person. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have the perfect piece of evidence ready. For the end really does justify the means. Especially for me, Professor Aristotle Means. Ugh, I really don't like the sound of that. I'm sorry, but just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe that my friends are innocent too. Alright, if that's how you really feel, we'll respect your decision. Apollo? But we want to continue our investigation. Could we ask you some more questions? Sure, I don't mind. Professor Means, would you like to stay and join our conversation? Yes, of course. I am your lawyer, after all. There's that smile again. Why does it always creep me out? Why did you confess? About your confession, Junie. It's not true, is it? You just said what you did because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't you? Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was I had to help my friend. You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you're convicted of a crime? No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did it because she's my friend. Why is there discord in her voice again? Could it really be that the friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? There's more here than meets the eye. The trio's friendship. When did you three first become friends? Well, even though we were in different courses, we really bonded from the first day at school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about. There's that proof of friendship thing again. I just wish this were as simple as that. We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah! As long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around! But the situation kind of changed recently, when the school's policy shifted to training legal professionals who produce results. Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course I teach, producing results means winning trials. Professor Thornton, on the other hand, taught that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, that clash of ideas created a rift among our students. At some point, we stopped talking about it. While that meant fewer arguments, it also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as we used to be. I think I understand now. By putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. It seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Juniper, thank you for talking to us about this difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder. Junie, you told us yesterday that you went home a little after 6 p.m. Was that a lie? Sorry I didn't tell you this before, but what actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6 p.m. and headed over to my dressing room where I worked on my stage costume until 7. That's it? You didn't go anywhere else? No, nowhere else. If that really were it, then there would be no reason to lie in the first place. She's gotta be hiding something else. Junie, do you remember this picture? Yes, but something's wrong here. Wrong? What's wrong? I took this picture at around 6 p.m., which was before I'd left the art room. But the clock here says it's just after 7. By 7, I'd already been working in my dressing room for some time. So there's definitely something wrong with the time in this picture. I guess we better go check out the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. Encountering O'Connor. On the evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into Hugh. Yes, I did. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? Emily went silent. She always was terrible at hiding things. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6? Alright, I won't press the matter any further. Is there anything else you noticed on the night of the murder? Well, I don't know if this will help, but that evening I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. Around 8:30, huh? That's over an hour after the crime supposedly took place. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think that after all that hard work, they were finally finished. Oh right, the statues that Robin made. So they were covered in white sheets? Junie, are you okay? Sorry, I'm a little tired, that's all. Athena, I think this meeting is over. Professor Means? I will use any means possible to get the result I want in Juniper's case, but it will require considerable preparation, so I must be off. Hold it! Hold it! Junie! And Professor Means, I have a proposal. A proposal? Wait, this isn't another one of your crazy... By sundown today, Yes? I, Athena Sykes, along with Apollo Justice... Wait a second, don't drag my name into it. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. What? And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what the truth that is. What? I didn't say that correctly. I see. So it has come to this, has it? If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have we got a deal? I trust that's okay with you too, Professor Means. I have no objections as long as Juniper is satisfied with this arrangement. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Athena, but thank you. I've been thinking only of myself this whole time. Junie, it's way too early to thank me, but you can thank me all you want once I get to the bottom of this. Very well. I will see you back here at sundown. Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. It's just, she's new to the agency, so... Don't be silly. I find it all rather thrilling. Now let us meet here again till later. If you'll excuse me, I'd better go. Okay, see you later. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? This is no time to be thinking about that. I've got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what. Any ideas? Only the 3 mock trial participants could have moved the body before it started. That's why the killer must be Robin, Hugo, or Juniper. Right, and that means at least one of them is lying. I actually think the killer is Professor Means. I think he's really suspicious. To make matters worse, I have a feeling each of them was hiding some sort of secret. We'll have to bring it all to light. I'm not looking forward to it, but it has to be done. About the murder. Today's trial focused on the day of the crime and the actions of those involved. Yeah, like when the voice was recorded and who went to the art room and when. If we analyze the info we have, we should be able to ID the killer. There's no lead in these legs. There's no lead in these legs. I've been training for a day like this. Okay, on my mark, ready, set. No running for me. I'm done trying to keep up with you. Let's go to the lecture hall first. Nothing here. Hallway. Nothing here either. Maintenance area. Okay. Let's try the outdoor stage. Ah! Is it my imagination or did something just move? Afternoon, you two. Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking onto campus like this is just slightly suspicious? I'll have you know I'm continuing my investigation, in the strictest of confidence. I don't want to be caught napping again at tomorrow's trial. And that means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend us a hand? I'm not one to refuse a damsel in distress. But you needn't have asked, Fräulein. I'd intended to help from the start. You're the best, Prosecutor Gavin. Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed lots of stuff yesterday. The stage. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. We also had some tricks up our sleeves to make the concert really rock. Pyrotechnics, a fog machine, big banners, things like that. It would have looked like this. Oh, the plans from yesterday. What's that design on the banner there in the back? I know the scales are the school emblem, but what's with the number 6? It looks like it's in serious pain or something. Athena, Ixnay on the X-day. That's the governor's logo, Fräulein. Oh, a nice big Latin F forehead. Really smooth. Oh, I meant it looks like the number 6 rocking seriously hard. 9, Fräulein, is a G for governess, not a 6. Whatever floats your pretty boat. But where is the banner? I don't see it anywhere on stage. It was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. It's a pity. We had it specially made from every way to high-grade cloth. A missing banner and 2 broken statues. There are mysteries aplenty to be solved, yeah? Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was of Persecutor Gavin. The statues. As you can see here in the stage plans, right here we have the statue of me. And right here, air right statue. But little does that matter now, as we both lie in pieces, thanks to you, Air Forehead. What did I ever do to you? Actually, the statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try to put it back together? Maybe we'll learn something new. Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star? Axtoon! That's one uber good idea. There might even be a song in there somewhere. Yay! Let's do this! Now! Is this an investigation, or am I interrupting a German language club social event? Wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Hands off! I knew it. I'd know that voice anywhere. Let's just ignore it. I mean, it made its wishes loud and clear. So this is the future cardboard box technology has imported us, huh? I don't know. This is fine for a rock concert, but... the nighttime sky is a backdrop for a courtroom? Personally, I think it's breathtaking. I mean, speaking the truth under a starry sky, don't you think it's romantic, Fräulein? And a waning crescent moon represents the maximum 3-day trial cycle. 3-day trials outdoors? No thanks. If it starts raining, my hair will be ruined. It's a bit too far away to get a good look. Maybe we should try a different angle. 67th? Wow, this school festival goes way back. Oh, look! The text on this sign isn't written, it's embroidered. And there's a warning in even smaller embroidery. Embroidered sign lovingly crafted by the Handicrafts Club. Keep dry. But the sign is outside. What happens if it rains? There's even a prosecutor's bench here on the stage. Ah, the memories, Fräulein. As a former rock star and a prosecutor, the prosecutor's bench has taught me much about human emotions, passion, and fight. And picture it now, you with your silvery singer voice and Apollo sweating bullets. Hey, how about picturing me winning once in a while? Whoops, that was the wrong voice. The winner of the mock trial was to take the training seminar right here. You mean Hugh or Robin? Yeah. Besides Junie, they're the only ones who could move freely around the campus before the mock trial. That means one of them must be the killer. But that's not really enough to go on, is it? We need to talk with Juniper one more time and persuade her to give us a name. Right. And that means we have to find irrefutable evidence before the day ends. There's no time to lose. But we can't rush it either. Efficiency is the key. I'm trying to change the angle. Okay. The body's gone. All that's left is a white outline. I never knew Prosecutor Professor Court personally, but seeing her reduced to a white outline leaves me cold inside. But in a way, she still lives on in the messages she left behind, like the strange way her body was posed and the signs of her voice being brown. What? History. That was Apollo. Whoops. But in a way, she still lives on in the messages she left behind, like the strange way her body was posed and the signs of her wrists being bound. You're right! Let's use her final messages to catch her killer. It's a copy of the school paper with that story about the alleged love triangle. I wonder if people really waste their time reading this stuff. It's more popular than you think. What was that? I thought I heard something just now. You're just hearing things. It was nothing more than your ears playing tricks on you. Found one! A piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride. Are you saying my pride is as fragile as a plaster of Paris? It looks like there are other large pieces scattered about. Okay, let's find what we can. White fragment added to the court record. A large white fragment. It has a distinctive shape that could be described as angular. Oh no, Prosecutor Gavin! You're a complete wreck, literally! Why in the world would someone do something like this? I don't know, but whoever did it must have felt an amazing sense of release. Can I take that as a confession, Aunt Forehead? What? No! I feel bad for Robin. She worked so hard on these. Let's pick up the pieces for her. You got it. Let's check around every corner of this stage then, yeah? Found another piece of the statue, but there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Purple fragment added to the court record. A purple fragment from a broken statue. It was found all alone in the strangest of places. Found another piece of the statue, but there should still be more. Let's leave no stone unturned. White fragments updated in the court record. 2 large white fragments. It looks like it would feel good to break them. The other statue Robin made. It's been smashed to bits. If there were some larger pieces, we might be able to put this one back together too. Yeah, but all I see are itty-bitty ones. I wonder what Mr. Wright would think. If he knew we put Prosecutor Gavin's statue back together but left his like this. We could always come back to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. Wow, they built a witness stand too, even though it's just a temporary stage. Oh, but I think they're still working on it. Let's see what this notice says. Caution, pedestal features a high-speed rotation mode. Activate with care. You mean this thing spins? Found another piece of the statue! But there should still be some more. Purple fragment updated in the court record. 2 purple fragments for a broken statue. Going to search for more. Ooh, I like the view. The judge can look down on everything from up here. Yeah, not too bad for a temporary stage. Is that so, Mr. Justice? Your judge act from the mock trial? I don't know why, but it kind of creeps me out. Wrong answer again, Mr. Justice. A penalty for our mock lawyer. Oh, that is not funny. Look, there's a rival over there, Apollo. Ooh, Prosecutor Gavin? He battled it out a few times before, but I wouldn't call him... No, not him. I mean that speaker over there. It can output massive blasts of sound that rival your cords of steel. I have better things to do than compete with a speaker, so just forget it. This looks like another piece of the statue. Thanks, Apollo. This makes 5 pieces in all. I think we have all we're going to find. Okay, let's get back to where Prosecutor Gavin was shattered. I think you might want to reward that. Purple fragments updated in the court record. 3 purple fragments of a broken statue that originally stood on a pedestal on stage. Well, I don't see any other big pieces lying around. Yeah, let's see if we can put this statue back together. Alright, Apollo, you come over here and Prosecutor Gavin if you could hold this. We did it! Not bad if I do say so myself. Yeah, but don't you think it's strange? We put the statue back together, but look. What's with all these leftover right pieces? These look like they go together. And this one too. Athena? What do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now! The artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time! Oh really? You built this from 3 fragments? So what is it? It's the goddess of love. It's the goddess of law, holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other. That's quite the feat you pulled off there, Fraulein. Woo! I love that feeling you get after you work really hard on something. No. I knew who it was. I meant to ask what it's doing here. Not sure. There's no statue like this in the stage plans. Still, I could swear I've seen a statue somewhere before. Lady Justice added to the court record. This and the statue of Clavier were broken at the same time, but have been repaired. No one knows where it came from. Clavier. My bad. I don't know why I pronounced it as Clavier. The more we learn, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. At least we're moving in the right direction. Let's keep searching for the stage for clues. I've been wondering about something this whole time. You know that pole at the edge of the stage? You mean this? It has a wire that goes off and connects to something somewhere. An impressive building fit for an impressive school. Yeah, and these beautiful walls are like a big blank canvas. See? My shoe prints leave really distinct marks. Hey, cut that out before you get us in trouble. This wire is for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who was here earlier was checking how it worked. Oh, so that's why the banner looks like it's out of place. The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there. That's the art room over there? As in the scene of the crime? Bingo, Fraulein. It's still crawling with crops, though. Hey, anyone in the art room? Oh, it's you people! Ha ha ha! In justice we trust! Ah, it's Detective Fulbright! In justice we trust! Is that some kind of greeting between you two? Detective Fulbright, can you lower that banner from over there? Of course, just leave it to me. Oh, okay. I got scared for a second that the stream wasn't showing the game. What a nightmare that would have been. How's that? Woo! Thanks, Detective. In justice we trust. Ha ha ha! Always glad to help. In justice we trust. So is that some kind of greeting between you two or not? Well, looks like the banner's down now. Let's go take a look. Look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner? Hey, I like that. It goes perfect with unflappable lawyers and unflappable rockers. It's like it was made for this very stage. Look at this. The bottom part is all knotted up. Let me try and unravel it. Jeez, did you really have to? You don't come across an unflappable banner every day. Athena, there are some things that have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in. Hey, a scrap of paper was caught up inside. Blowing away! I got it! Yes. Great catch, huh? Looks like some kind of note. What does it say? October Hugh 120. What's that supposed to mean? A test score, maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider that 100 is a perfect score. I don't see how even you can get beyond perfect. Fraulein, shall we inspect the banner again now that it has been unraveled? Huge scrap added to the court record. Discovered on stage, it appears to be a piece of paper torn from a notebook. The name Hugh is written on it. This is the emblem that's on Junie's school uniform. Hey, you're right. Wait a sec. It's hard to see against the red material, but look. There's a dark red stain here, just under the emblem. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right, and the art room's where the murder occurred. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? This stain might be from the victim's blood. Full banner added to the court record. A large banner that was hung by a wire between the stage and art room. A trace amount of blood was found on it. This statue doesn't look anything like you or Mr. Wright. The goddess bearing scales and a sword. She's a symbol of fairness and strength. But she and her symbols were shattered along with the statues of you and Mr. Wright. This is a direct challenge to the rule of law. Well, if they want to fight, they've got one. Whoa, take it down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fighting for when we find our culprits. Woo! That was a whole lot of poking around in such a short time. Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out. See that metal fence back there? There's just that one segment, so it seems out of place. It looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up, but they were never able to finish on account of the murder. We should take a look if you think it could be important. This track looks man-made. Hey, you're right, and it looks like it starts from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big muddy pro wrestler was hiding back there. Well, that was totally random. XD random lol? Roar? Roar means I love you in dinosaur. But we'll never know until we take a look. Looks like something was being dragged through here, and this is where it started. Yeah, but whatever it was, it's long gone. It must have been pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used in setting up the school festival. Aww, and I guess it wasn't a pro wrestler. So this could be something important. Well, that's about it for the stage. Right. I think we'd better search the art room next. I think I'll hang around here for a while, but make sure to tell me once you find it, yeah? Find what? With us. The governor's banner that disappeared from the stage. You never know. It just might be connected to the case at hand. Really? Or does he just want his banner back? Don't tell me. In short, that's... Hey. That box! It just took off running! I have a pretty good idea who that is, as I suspect you do too. Come on! We can't afford to have any weird articles written about us. The maintenance area is over in that direction. After that box! Miriam, you're liable to get tossed in the garbage truck if you hang around here. I'm just an empty box, and that's what you do with them. You throw them away. Hey, did you change boxes? I like the new look. What does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams, everything I've worked so hard for, gone! Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter? A failure as a reporter? Tack, tack, tack! Tack, 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 tack! Come to think of it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme. Scold me, despise me, pack me away where I'll never see the light of day. I've been cast aside to waste away into a big pile of mushy paper mache. And I feel responsible for this, but now's our chance to prod her for information while she's vulnerable. I bet that's what you were just thinking. What kind of a person do you think I am? Why do you like a book? If you want to give me a present, slip it through a hole in my box. Or if it's too big, you can open the top and give me it that way. So which way is it gonna be? Either way creeps me out. Scuttling scuttlebutt. That was you on the stage earlier, wasn't it? Why do you run off like that? Take a look at this. Why are you showing me a burned up old rag? Wait, it's really hard to see, but I think that's the governor's logo there. So, is this the banner that disappeared? It's all burned up. Don't look at me. I just happened to find it in the incinerator. Incinerator? Did Blackwell actually make good on his threat to burn her box? We should probably try to find out whether someone tried to destroy this on purpose. Yeah, this banner is sounding less and less unrelated to our case, Apollo. Burnt fragments added to the court record. The burnt remnants of the Governor's banner that was tossed into the incinerator and later found by Miriam. The depths of despair. Miriam? I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure as a reporter. Too late. I already decided journalism isn't for me. The last step is to erase all of the photos on my PC. I'm really going to do it. Here goes! 5%? 10%? 4 years of my life down the drain. Didn't we stop her, Athena? Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper. I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it. Oh no, my photos! Stop! Cancel! Abort! Did you stop it in time? Delete progress. 99% complete. There are only 2 pictures left. What are you going to do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right. I know. Your photo technique. Don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all of our hearts. Oh, Athena. That was cringeworthy. Hey, Miriam, check this out! You took some amazing photos of the 3 of them. I'm sure they really appreciated it. Obviously, I'm the ace member of the newspaper club. The only member, in fact. I know this won't make up for the photos you lost, but here are your newspapers back. Themis Herald and Themis Herald Extra returned to Miriam. There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those 3 for as long as I live. Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Juniper, Hugh, and Robin? Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just they were so close ever since their freshman year, so, well... Athena, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, I think that's the only explanation. Wait a second! You're not thinking what I think you're thinking! Objection! Objection! That's exactly what he's thinking, Miriam. You want in on their little trio. How could you say that? That's one abused laptop. Tack! My laptop won't turn on. Never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years. Now I really feel bad. Oh, I know. Miriam, we have a laptop at our office. We'd be happy to lend it to you. Huh? You have a laptop I could use? Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Hugh, Junie, and Robin if you can hang out with them. What? Wish I could ever do that. Sorry, but that's the deal if you want to borrow our laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. You're like good cop, bad cop all rolled into one. Tack! Fine, I'll do it, if that's all you want. Yay! I'll be by later to bring you the laptop. But wait, it's not like I owe you anything, but here. Thanks. Oh, it's a set of pictures. Looks like they're setting up the stage? Yeah, I took them when they were putting the stage's backdrop into place. Wow, you sure have an eye for photography. From what I can make out, anyway. These are the last 2 photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours. 6 p.m. There's Robin putting together the statue. And there are the 2 banners. The Clavier statue is finished, and then there's Professor Means. Stage setup photos added to the court record. The last 2 of Miriam's photos. They show the students setting up the stage's backdrop on the night of the murder. 2 photos. We'll see you around, scary lawyer lady. That was really impressive, Athena. What's next? Well, I'd like to talk to Hugo or Robin if possible. Okay, let's walk around and see if we can find them. Yeah, I want to look at those photos. That? Details. Okay, and then this second photo. Professor Means with his globe. Robin. This is 603. Okay, so what we can gather from the photos is that Robin was setting up the statues at 6 p.m. And the banners, the Governor banner wasn't burned yet. And the other banner of the school crest, school emblem, doesn't have any blood on it yet. There must be something more to these photos that I'm not getting yet. Go to the art room. Well, here it is. The art room where the grisly crime occurred. Let's start looking. Stop right there! This is an active crime scene. No unauthorized personnel allowed. What? Can't you make an exception? You won't even notice where— Freeze! I don't think so! No exceptions. Now move along. Nothing to see here. He doesn't seem very accommodating this time. Let's try again later. Hallway. Hey, that's Hugh over there. Hugh, we wanted a word with you if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Wright, then sure, but you two? Meh. I knew it. There's a hit of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easy. After all, you're a possible suspect. Plus, you actually confessed in court. Whatever. So what do you want from me? We'll make it brief. I don't have a lot of time, and I assume you don't either. Why did you confess? About your confession today. You weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I had no choice thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. Gulp. So you're really prepared to take the blame for this? Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out. Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end. Or as we say around here, the end justifies the means. But I actually do believe the voice is shouting Hugh O'Connor. Jennifer's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer, but if Robin or I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning, or have I overestimated you? You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Did Hugh and Robin's confessions really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is going to take some serious thinking on my part. Relation to Blackwell. It sure looked like Prosecutor Blackwell was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you? I have no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you excuse me. Hold! I am not through with you yet. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, and we might just discuss, you know what. Ah! No, wait! One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you think I'd open up to you? So, he's not denying it. That secret might be causing this discord in his voice. Then again, you have the same problem with Junie and Robin. You're just wasting your time and mine. Next question. Court's planner. About that meeting with Professor Quartz on the 23rd. Why did she want to see you? I've no intention of telling you. You'll have to force that on me any way you can. Ugh. Professor Means strikes again. Then again, Hugh is in the lawyer course. But didn't Professor Quartz used to say that the only good result is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth? The truth? How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friends, nor Juniper's for that matter. No, you're wrong! I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes and Persecutor Court's memory. Professor. What did the cock see after meeting Meaning Mouse? I think I'm malfunctioning. She's just too stylish. She is just too stylish. You're right about that. Hello, Evan. Thanks for stopping by again. It's always pleasant to get a new joke. How are you doing? I see. Very well, Miss Sykes. I'll testify tomorrow about that truth you're so interested in. Phew. But... Don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it, understand? What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say! I thought you guys were friends! Yes, we were. Until just recently, actually. Were? I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Just as I have my secret, she has a side you've never seen. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. What are you saying? Conversation is over. I said I don't have a lot of time and I meant it. You, wait! He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore? Why would he say that? That didn't go so well. I guess we'll just have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you say we head over to the art room? Might be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation. Alright. We don't really have much time left anyway. Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends again. Thanks again for lowering that school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. Right. So this art room was where the murder actually occurred? That's right. You can't see with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area roped off in the middle of the room marks the spot. The police investigation is done, so if you want to look around, knock yourselves out. Art room investigation. Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Ha ha ha! Good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. Sure is confident for having found nothing. But if we're talking outside of the art room, there has been a major breakthrough. Oh dear! Unless I find out what that is, I don't know what I shall do. No need for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Wow, you saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder via blah, 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 blah. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, aren't we? The breakthrough. So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You wanna know? You really wanna know? You really? Come on, just tell us already. Aw, you're no fun. Anywho, we got the results of the voice print analysis back. Voice print? You mean for this tape recorder? Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, beyond a shadow of a doubt. See right here? They analyzed the voice on the tape inside and out. They analyzed it inside and out, guys. That's what they did. They analyzed the voice recording inside and out. Voice print analysis added to the court record. The results of the voice analysis performed on the tape recording. And you thought the voice in the tape was saying Hugo Connor? Ha 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 ha! Thanks for the good laugh, Miss Sykes. Ugh. He's the last person I want laughing at me. So now there's evidence of Juniper shouting, "You're a goner," around the time of death. If we were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout that in the first place. Hey, it's gone. Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo? I didn't even notice the statue, to be honest. You're right. Wonder where it is. Robin's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on this. There's a paint palette here. No surprise there, considering this is the art room. Looks like someone mixed yellow and red to make orange. I prefer yellow. You, on the other hand, are way too red. What's that supposed to mean? I think this is saying that the two of us have to work together to solve this case. Ooh! What is this Professor Court sending us a message from beyond the grave? What about the blob right next to it, the one with red and green? Maybe she's implying that you need more delicious greens in your diet? Are you saying Professor Court is watching over our dietary habits from the pearly gates? From wire and a winch. So this is how they reel the banners in and out. There's a nice view of the stage from here. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So it really wasn't you, Apollo? Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. Ugh. I'll never clear my name unless we catch the real culprit. I can see the other half of the building over there. And the quad and stage down below. Yeah, this must be the window Detective Fulbright stuck his head out of earlier. Oh yeah, thanks for the help, Detective. A true champion of justice always comes running to those in need. Great, then how about telling us Prosecutor Blackwell's strategy for tomorrow? Alright, let me think. Well? Oh, hey, I'm not falling for that! So close I could almost taste it. Hey look, that's you on the mobile, Apollo. A red demon. A red demon? Looks more like a snake curled around a brush to me. No. See the antenna and the yellow spots on its back? Anyone can see it's a ladybug. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. Fine, we can investigate this further at a later date. Agreed? Okay, let's do that. You okay with that, Athena? I really regret bringing this up. It's also obviously an elephant. Picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. R. Newman. Wow, Robin must have painted this. Is this Juniper? The clothes are different, but... Oh look, there's a piece of paper stuck to the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacks Professor Court's artistry. Must keep practicing. Robin. Huh. I think this is plenty good myself. I wonder what it would have looked like if Professor Court had painted Juniper. I bet it would have been really artistic looking. This is the clock that created that major problem for Ginny. Let's take a closer look. Don't waste your time. I've checked it and it's 100% accurate. You sure? How'd you check it? Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch. See? Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped? It has? This is unacceptable. We obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by 1 whole hour. Well, Detective? But this clock must have also been an hour ahead when this photo was taken. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Prosecutor Blackwell won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You could at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face. Wait just 1 minute. The clock is an hour ahead right now, sure. But what proof do you have that it was running ahead on the day of the crime? That's a good question. Wait, I think I just might have something. Detective Fulbright, you would agree that there is a moon outside this window, right? Sure, a nice crescent one, like something out of a picture book. But if you look at that window in the back with the winch attached to it, you'll see that the only view to be had is the opposite side of the school building. Oof, then what's this moon doing there? I wonder. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. Isn't this the same as the one painted on the stage backdrop? The proof's right here, Detective. This shows it was 6 p.m. when the photo was taken.
Take that! Take that!
I know what this moon really is. And if you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where that moon in the photo came from and the truth of Junie's testimony. Whoa, what? Where? Where does it show that? If you look right here, it will all become crystal clear.
Take that! Take that!
They were still prepping the stage, so its backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. That's the big board hanging here. The size matches too. But there's no picture. That's a crucial detail. It is, but I believe what we're seeing in this photo is the back of the board. The back of the... That's right. And at around 6 p.m. when this was taken, a photo of that same board was being taken from the front. What do you mean the front? The front is against the wall. That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how we said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a good look. Are you suggesting the moon is the one on the backdrop? Exactly. In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And as you can see here, it was around 6 when the backdrop was being set in place. So the art room clock was running fast at least as far back as the day of the murder. How? How can I ever face Prosecutor Blackwell now? Yes, I just blew a hole in a piece of the prosecution's evidence. Isn't that a mock trial script? Actually, there's a whole bunch of them here. See, looks like everyone from the judge court submitted one. The victim, Constance Court, was the Fine Art Club's advisor, so she probably spent a lot of time here in addition to her other duties. This isn't where I'd keep a bunch of scripts, but I'd wager that's how they wound up here. Poor stressed out overworked prosecutor Court. Every single time! I don't understand! Why do I keep saying prosecutor instead of professor? Prof Court. I know exactly how that feels. You must, because your desk always looks like a tornado hit it. You're not to talk, Apollo. Me? What about Mr. Wright? Maybe we should rename the firm Wright Stuff All Over the Place Agency. 3 busts sitting on a shelf. A judge, a defendant, and either a lawyer or prosecutor. The bearded one must be the judge, and the bummed out one, the defendant. Look, there's another one that's fallen onto the floor. I wonder which one fell, the lawyer or the prosecutor. Think, Apollo, think! This could tell us how tomorrow's trial will go. I'll just wait for tomorrow's horoscope, thanks. Look, a piece of pottery. Looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. And I bet it won't last long, not with the way she deals with her own work anyway. Yeah, it seems like such a waste. I mean, this one already has some color on it. It looks just like bloodstains the way the glaze was dribbled onto it. Just like bloodstains? In justice we trust. That does look like bloodstains. We better examine it at once. I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room where the big bloodstain is, and then brought over here, at which point some of her blood dripped onto these pieces. That means the body very well could have been dropped from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then, a ball cart was used to move it over to the stage. The maintenance area is below the room, and the storehouse there has a mat and ball cart. So, even the moving of the body was carried out just like in the script. The killer sure had a thing for Junie's script. Well, what did you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong. I'm going to prove it in court. Kinda looks like there's a prosecutor's badge at the top of the statue. But it's not if you look real close. Another strange, difficult to understand work of art. Oh, look, it has a title. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Real creative. Art. Either it's too abstract to understand or as subtle as a sledgehammer. A mock trial script on the floor and nearby an envelope marked use. I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here. By Miriam Scuttlebutt. And the title is Rouge et Noir. Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I wouldn't take part in that mock trial if she begs me. It says there are special rules allowing the payment of bribes while court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring it up in, and you can bring it up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence. And you can bring in up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence. It also says, welcome to the darkest mock trial ever, where the end justifies the means. The prosecution claims this is the script that was supposed to have been used. But the scripts were selected by a prof court. Considering how much she valued the truth, I seriously doubt she'd pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. Well, you have that title memorized already? Well, I think we've examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Prosecutor Blackwell happen to tell you about tomorrow's trial? In justice we trust! It's no use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock had been 1 hour fast, means we're back to square one concerning the suspect's actions that day. I wonder what the main argument will be about now. How the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackquill's got his own plans. Oh, does he now? Detective Fulbright? Try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation. No, I wasn't going to ask about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin. Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman? She was here just a minute ago. And she mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall. Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go. Ad starts in 1 minute. There she is! Robin! Hey, Robin! Oh, Athena! Apollo! What are you watching there? Oh, it just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? There it is again. Prof Mean sure has a lot of influence around here. Care to look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? Sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Sure, I'll tell you anything you W-A-N-T. Whoa! Check out your badge! What do you think? Nice and shiny, huh? Yeah, it's awesome! If the plating ever starts to peel or it gets all bent up, let me fix it up for you. Really? Thanks! No problemo! I'll have some primo clay and glaze at the ready just in case! Wait, what does clay have to do with my badge? Okay. What the heck? Can't seem to move. I'm trying to move it. Okay. I wasn't selecting it. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello! Welcome back, Twitch. And hello again, YouTube. Let me just get some more water. We should be starting the trial soon. Why did you confess? I bet your confession today. Why'd you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right. The end justifies the means. So you're a follower of Prof. Means, too? Prof. Means is a wonderful teacher. As was Prof. Quark. I like them B-O-T-H. He brushed that one off like a pro. But with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? I want to be an artist! That's what I really want, man! But no! My parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor! But if the trial went south, you'd have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Talk about someone who literally changes at the bat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose so, but that doesn't make what she did right. The day of the crime. Could you tell us about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until the last bell. That's right. You made the statues of Mr. Ray and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Oh, yes I did. Both of them. This is just a formality, but can you prove you were making the statues at that time? Can I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both Hugh and Robin were still at school after 7 p.m., but neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. Could one of them really have murdered Prof. Court? Now that the secret's out, have there been any problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. I discussed the matter with Prof. Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl. And just today, I found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Wow, they must really like you. I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this, and this by any means possible. What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please. Pretty please. Stage costume related evidence taken in classic and justifies the mean style. Oh, darn it. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch? Sounds like a new lead. There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, I heard it's to seek out misconduct among the student body. But rumor has it grades were being bought out and sold through this surveillance network. That's bribery. The situation at Thema's legal academy is worse than I thought. Well, all of this is important stuff. I still want to ask about the thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show what I'm talking about, though. Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what it is? What? Whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense! That has to be one of Prof. Court's creations, man! Prof. Court's artistic sense? Prof. Court's artistic sense. That's a tough one. I think it's avant-garde and very eclectic. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Prof. Court's works, wasn't it? The statue in that photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Prof. Court had planned on placing it on the judge's bench in the lecture hall. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. She said she'd take it back to the art room and try to fix it somehow. So this is the statue in its proper state? You bet! Just look at that wild silhouette! Wow! It's so C-U-T-E! I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? Athena, Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage. Oh, right! I didn't realize before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed. Maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in a photo. But what in the world was it doing on the stage? Lady Justice updated in the court record. It was found broken on stage. Professor Court had remade it into a completely different looking statue the day before the mock trial. Well, I think that about covers it. Okay, then how about watching the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. So how do you want to watch it? All classroom desks at this school have their own built-in computer, you know. Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor's pre-trial speech. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. Oh, that sounds like Professor Means. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of the stage. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. How come teachers' speeches always make me so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of his speech. Now, let the mock trial begin. Hey, what's the big deal here? Why is Judy so large in this shot? Looks to me like she cut right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio, even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself. She had to do it to keep the script details secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Ooh, so this is what the lecture hall looks like. Looks like there's a judge's bench back by the screen and a witness stand up front. What about those balconies with the professors' names on them? Those are the faculty seats. Prof. Means and Prof. Court were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Lecture hall diagram added to the court record. A diagram of the lecture hall where the mock trial took place. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty! That was me. Could you tell? Objection! A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow? I don't think so. You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Cut me some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's going to speak next. I didn't do it! I suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted "You're a goner," but I didn't mean it. Wow, what an emotional performance. He'd put a real actress to shame. Wait, did you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? I didn't do it! I suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted... Stop, did you hear that? I think you're onto something. Let's play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. Time to show Robin a piece of evidence that links the line we just heard to the case.
Take that!
That's it? I don't see the connection. Oh right, what was the connection again? Come on, Athena, I know you know! I do? Really? That voice shouting "You're a goner" has come up over and over again. Okay, it wasn't that?
Take that!
I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a goner! The voices and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but if the voice on this tape is really a recording, one made from the mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. We didn't get to do a voice print analysis in time for court today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. And if the real killer had foreseen that gender would become key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically, the only one with something to gain from doing this is our sole male suspect. Wait second.
No way!
Prof Means' credo is the end justifies the means, so it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get that tape analyzed as soon as possible. Tape recorder updated in the court record. The voice in the tape says you're a goner, just like in Junie's script. It may be a fake.
Allow me to assist you with that.
Oh! Prosecutor Gavin! At least make some kind of noise, so we know you're here.
It's go a big with rockstar interests, Fräulein. Timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be alright?
Very much so, thanks!
Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it about time we head over to the detention center?
I think Junie will agree that this is something that could prove her innocence. But will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this was what I'd find. And that about covers the main gist of our investigation.
I see. Very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today.
Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. Well, my time's about up, and it'll be getting dark soon, so... Junie! You must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No, wait! You have to listen to me! I don't want to hear anymore. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promised. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery, and we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. So please just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. Suspicions about O'Connor. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And in the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your line from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same. And the only one who'd benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right then as well, wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious? Say what you will, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble.
Wait, Athena. My bracelet reacted just now.
It did? But why? Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said? Oh, none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble.
Now I'm sure of it. She's lying.
He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Come on. Okay, I can't see her other hand. I don't see it. Is it her eyebrows? No, her eyebrows are creased the entire time. Maybe it's her hand? What is it?
not the sunflower.
Gotcha!
There it is. Juniper, you're feeling nervous, aren't you?
No, that's the one thing I'm not. The student council president isn't so easily shaken.
Nice try, but I just spotted a telltale habit of yours.
Huh? I don't know what you're... Apollo, it's you and your loud voices unnerving her. No, I already told you. I'm not nervous. I'm not student council president for nothing.
Well, in any case, it looks like I got that one wrong.
I don't see it.
Gotcha!
Okay, I got that one wrong again.
I don't...
Okay, maybe it's the sunflower. The thing she breathes into whenever she is really distressed. Okay, it definitely isn't the sunflower.
Gotcha!
What is it? Her ear?
Can't even see her ear. This one.
Gotcha!
What? Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. You can't hide it from me no matter how hard you try. When you said it never causes trouble, a cough escapes and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were distressed, it's because you were lying.
Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? And I believe that also ties into a secret about yourself. A secret? About me? I don't understand.
I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore.
What? Why?
Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is.
He ended their friendship after he found out about Junie's secret, which means he must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her the snitch. You were Professor Court's snitch, weren't you? There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. And while fulfilling that role, you learn something about Hugh you'd rather forget. I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Looks like we're having to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence and see if I can't prove my hypothesis. I must have something that proves Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connection to the case.
Take that!
I'm relieved to see you're coming around. You see, I wasn't trying to hide anything.
Juniper's one cool customer, Athena.
Wait! I don't think that was the right piece of evidence. Whatever you show me won't change the fact that I already told you all I know.
Okay, so it wasn't that.
Take that!
It wasn't that either.
Take that!
Right here in Professor Court's planner, it says routine reports. I believe this is meant to mean when the snitch would report in to Professor Court. I also believe Professor Court planned to meet Hugh in private based on the snitch's info. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put 2 and 2 together and figured out your secrets. So you see, it all makes sense only if you're the snitch, Junie. Forgive me. Forgive me, Thena. I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected Hugh from the start. You did? Now this is surprising. So sorry. I've talked about friendship so much, but I've been a terrible friend.
Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does, but I don't need it to sense the pain you're feeling inside. And its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friends. Am I right?
Apollo! Please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh.
I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case.
Suspicious about O'Connor. What exactly was your role as class snitch? Professor Court had told me how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. The dark age of the law, huh? He didn't want any more of our students going astray like that. But few others at the Academy shared her view.
I thought our ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic.
She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she? He used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I'd seen or heard about.
And that report session in her planner, the one from the October 22nd, was a part of that?
Yes, that's when I reported Hugh to Professor Court.
She snitched on her own friend?
It accidentally overheard Hugh talking.
What did you hear?
I was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents.
What were they talking about?
Something about having paid money for good test scores. I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to.
What? That's bribery! He was buying his way through school, and if that's the case, then that evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be his big secret.
We found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got Hugh's name on it. I didn't know what the number meant at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes, it must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was paid.
120 grand? That's a lot of money! That's too much money, actually. That's a lot of money. Are we sure it's 120 grand? Why can't it just be $120?
It must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. What's more, take a look at this mark. That same mark is on the pages of Professor Court's planner.
Hey, you're right.
But wait, but why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was...
It's just a possibility at this point. But it might indeed have been Professor Court.
What?
That is impossible. She'd be the last person I'd ever suspect of accepting bribes.
Like I said, it's just a possibility, but a rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to do with the possibility of the bribery being exposed. And what started out as a little argument soon got out of hand.
It's not your fault, Junie. Anybody would have suspected Hugh if they knew what you knew.
No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason why I suspected Hugh. Gotta be kidding me. There's another reason? Saw Hugh around 7 p.m. the day before the mock trial.
Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that.
When I saw him, his... Oh, Athena!
Junie, are you alright? Just relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did. But I'll have to live with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands... His hands were dripping with blood.
God damn it, I forgot to turn that off.
I forgot to turn off the heating fan again. Thankfully, maybe The audio isn't too bad because it wasn't bad last time, but I'm sorry about that. What? But why? What am I going to do? Deep down, I know Hugh can't be the killer, but my mind keeps telling me he is, no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I going to do? He's... I can't take this anymore, Thena! So she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Junie, it must have been terrible holding all of that in, but it's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this, and that's my promise from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow, if that's okay with you, Professor Means. My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I will be watching from the gallery, and shall look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you would excuse me.
Squeeze me.
Thena, I'm sorry. I really mean it. Wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. Don't worry. We already know that the prosecution's key piece of evidence is a fake. And thanks to you, we figured out the motive, too. Let's give this our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free.
I wouldn't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Still, there's this strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I'd better be imagining it.
Were you able to sleep last night?
Huh? Oh, sleep! Sure, I slept. For a grand total of 0 hours.
Javier! Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The voice for analysis came back and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording is a fabrication.
Tape recorder updated in the court record. The voice in the tape says you're a goner just like in Junie's script. It's been identified as a fake.
The lab is continuing the study of the tape. So far, they found signs of overdubbing, but it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Thump. Who's there? Wait!
Did you see who it was?
No, I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping.
I wonder if he saw our hand.
Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Box Girl were listening in too. I'll make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you.
Okay, all that's left now is to reach out to the truth.
Time for a mini Chords of Steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! Your turn.
I'm Athena Sykes and I'm fine! Court is now in session. All rise.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods.
The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready as well. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwell? Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected, yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody, understood? Your baldness. Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recounted their confessions. But later, I shall grill them at leisure to find out whether I can charge them with perjury. Well, this sure complicates matters.
Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday.
A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak.
Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact.
But if that's the case, then what will we... The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from art room to stage. and I mean to prove it here this day.
It's just like Detective Fulbright, but what else does he have up his sleeve?
My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room as evidenced by the bloodstain. Blood was also found on some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over to that very window. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below, and though there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage.
That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way.
Objection!
Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either.
Why, you?
Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth.
Oh, O'Connor.
Ahem. Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugo O'Connor. I'm a senior at Themis Legal Academy, and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday, I told that lawyer there that I would testify to the truth, so I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes?
What's he up to now?
The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor.
Now your testimony, please.
What O'Connor saw. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was headed towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client?
Ugh, never a snappy comeback when I need one.
He's coming straight at us today, so using any means possible. To protect the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse.
Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put a mat away after they use it?
Objection!
Oh, there is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body.
Ah! It sucks being the last to know everything.
I think I get it now. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat.
If the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped, it would be hard to deny a possible connection to this case. Link to this case.
We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena?
It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant, perfect grin into a teary-eyed form of... Fuck. I'm gonna turn your arrogant, perfect score grin into a tear-eyed frown of failure.
The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it right there!
What? I was just getting to the important part. You're eager to unsheath your blade, Sykes-Dono. Your heavy breath heaves to where I stand.
How rude! A human's breath doesn't travel anywhere that far.
So the only issue is distance? You're not denying that you're a heavy breather?
I'm just saying that scientific studies have proven that it's not.
Hang in there, Athena. No matter how many insults they hurl, it won't affect the judge's opinion of you.
What about my own self-esteem?
Let's get back to what happened before the mock trial. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage.
Our client was simply putting the mat away. It had nothing to do with this case.
Objection!
That is where you are wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a 3-story fall. Hence, the mat dragged by the accused was essential to moving the body.
Ugh! If we win this one, I promise to donate another thick mat to the academy.
Now show me how to show you. Show me how to show you the truth. You'll have my full cooperation. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and maintenance area. Mr. O'Connor, are you positive you were standing exactly where you said? I was between the stage and maintenance area. She was behind the backdrop. He's sticking to his guns. The issue here is where Hugh was standing when he says he saw Junie, but nothing I say will mean anything without evidence. Time to dig a little deeper. Oh, and before you ask, I have my glasses on. Therefore, I'm positive it was Juniper. That is not an issue. She was headed towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. You shouldn't assume anything. It only shows that you're not positive.
Objection!
Such wild momentum. Perhaps you were a raging bull in your past life. Don't compare me to some stupid farm animal. Boy, just as Dono. Our assertion is Juniper was simply putting the mat away. In that case, where would she be taking it? Oh, to the storehouse, over in the maintenance area. Precisely. Therefore, there is naught wrong with the witness's judgment in this matter. It is your wild charges that they issue. Apollo style. He's going... Oh, but I cannot help it if you keep seeing red. He's going to get a face full of justice Apollo style if he keeps that up. Anyway, I saw her headed towards me. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. Then it's entirely possible that someone else moved the body, correct?
Objection!
Are you mad or merely delusional? Everyone was in the lecture hall before the mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty. Ergo, the only probable suspects were the 3 trial participants. I know! Thank you for stating the obvious. I also know that you, Hugh O'Connor, were one of the participants. Mr. Confidence sure goes all out when he tells the truth. Well, I don't think he meant for any of that to be misleading. But it doesn't make it factual. Careful now, Athena. A genius like Hugh could be leading you right into a trap. I'd be surprised if he wasn't, but all I can do is charge forward with both eyes opened. Huh. I'm not sure. Nah, it's not that. How do I disprove that? Damn it. You mind letting your slightly senior partner help out a little now? If you insist. Actually, I could really use the help. Well, I found this statement suspicious. You should find the answer if you take a good look at the evidence. Thanks, Apollo! Yeah, I thought it was this statement. Art room to the maintenance area below.
So, you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area? Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Mrs. Scuttlebutt, shall we? Miss Scuttlebutt. This photo shows the students setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here?
Why, yes. In fact, there were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest.
Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop.
Oh my! But the screen would have been completely in the way.
That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point.
Ouch! Order! Order! Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court? The screen. Right, it must have slipped my mind.
What? Are you telling me you, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally big as that?
There are two kinds of memory lapses, the normal kinds you mouth breathers have, and the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have.
Why don't you just admit that it was a normal everyday brain fart already?
Will the witness now please restate what he remembers minus the lapses of memory? That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen.
You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would also have to be in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor.
Youch! Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
Alright, Golden Boy, is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest.
The truth? What truth?
The fact that Golden Boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he is between the maintenance area and the stage.
But then the screen would have blocked his view of...
Objection!
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Athena, look at the photo again. Do you think... something on the other side of the screen? Something high enough to see the stage?
No way, this crane right here?
But I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information.
Ugh! What's all this about a promise? Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him?
And what's it got to do with going into the crane? Golden Boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds.
Ah, so it was him in the photo! I didn't even voice this, but I was like, in my head, I was like, that looks like O'Connor. But why would he be, as a student, operating the crane? I didn't know he was forklift certified. What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane?
The witness, I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane.
Actually, there just might be something that proves he did.
What?
If this whole part-time job thing is true, I thought it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day, too.
Is this what you're thinking of, Athena?
Yep, as the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor.
Are you serious? This is ridiculous. How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains.
The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light.
That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that?
The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% sure, but it's at least worth a try. We can clearly identify the person in this photo as the witness by examining his hobby, his neck. The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck.
Why, yes, you can see it right there. But then are you saying you mean to...
Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost certainly concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination.
No, not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy. You are a disgraceful man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off.
Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let's see your neck.
Guess I have no choice.
What the hell is that?
Oh my!
So where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask?
I didn't buy it. It's handmade and there's only one like it in the world.
Well, it sure looks like the neckband in this photo. Should we have the photo analyzed?
You're one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school.
You shouldn't be able to work part-time in construction as a high school student. You just shouldn't be able to do that. What a weird thing to be able to do.
Operating heavy equipment's no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed, but I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school.
But when you factor in all of the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane?
Oh, about that. You see, I'm a genius, so, you know.
Objection!
Let us dispense with this inane charade, Golden Boy. No, Prosecutor Blackwell! High school seniors are 19 at most, thus they fail to complete their requirements. But that does not apply to you, does it, Mr. O'Connor?
Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right?
No, don't, please!
Actually, Golden Boy here is 25! He took a 7-year break from school?
Wait, come again? Take a gander at the official school enrollment documentation. 'Tis all right there. Youch! 25? A 25-year-old high school student? A 7-year break. 7 years of just one thing to say. There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take, and the genius kind people like me take.
But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break.
I think you have that backwards, Athena. Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happened to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only Hugh could get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further.
Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as in the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me? As long as a mat was used to move the body, Junie's going to be under suspicion.
Athena, I just thought of something. What was Hugh doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start.
Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think? Your Honor!
Yes, Miss Sykes?
I've got it! I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. A little conjecture has never stopped us before.
Interesting.
Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to move the screen. The screen was in your way, so you wanted to move it.
Then why, pray tell, is it still in the exact same spot it always was?
That's easy. The witness changed his mind.
This court is close to changing its mind about the defense.
No! Another chance at that one, please. You were using the body to move yourself?
You were using the crane too. You were using the crane to commute to school. That would be a feat considering we aren't even allowed to commute by bicycle.
Objection!
Maybe they made a special exception just for you.
Oh my, would they really do such a thing?
Probably not.
Oh, that's too bad. And too bad for you too, as I must give you a penalty. No exceptions.
Yikes! But commuting by crane sounds kind of fun. You were using the crane to move the body. The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script too. At least that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish.
Those are some pretty strong words, Athena. You sure about this?
The witness is a licensed crane operator, so you could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more in the matter, save that this does not bode well for you.
Wait, he's on my side this time? Or is this another trap?
Watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed.
Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity. And strength! Bows are, like, really hard to pull, actually. I've definitely, in middle school, for, like, 1 week, we played with bows and arrows. And it was really tough pulling the bow.
I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court look at this.
What the fuck? Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain.
You wish. My hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I've already verified this with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say.
So, how did you hurt it?
I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery, such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane.
Now I'm the fool?
I planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanting to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trials instead.
Ah, and here I thought this was the big break we've been waiting for.
Now that the defense's sophistry is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim. The body was dropped out of a 3rd floor window to a mat near the maintenance area. Then a ball cart was used to move it to the stage.
See?
I've been paying attention. Well done, your baldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. Well, I think you were on the right track, Athena.
You do?
Yeah, Juniper remains the prime suspect if we assume the body was moved per her script. So as a defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved.
But... Oh, is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane?
Miss Sykes, if you have a counter-argument, this court would love to hear it, and if...
Let me say...
If you do not, it is time for the verdict. Isn't that correct, your baldness?
Objection!
No, not yet! All they have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right?
Well, that would show that the mat had nothing to do with this case. There is a sword of great renown that cuts down sophistic lawyers. Its name is evidence.
Fisk, you don't scare me. Where's the smile, Athena? You can do it.
What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped.
How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly. Maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Someone could have easily used that thing.
Oh, yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us.
All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of possibility. The mat and ball part weren't used to move the body. This is what was used instead. How did the statue get from the art room to there? And why was it right? The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackwell. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen, yet there are no signs of blunt force trauma.
Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackwell. You didn't actually think I failed to account for that.
I'm sure that's exactly what he thought.
When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried?
Well, go on. Please explain.
The body was bundled into the pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a mat. Oh, okay. 3-minute ad break for Twitch, which means I get to take a break. Be right back. am back. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a mat.
I've heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying.
Objection!
I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing that absurd high-wire act.
If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it.
I trust you recall the bloodstains left in the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have to be via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the bloodstained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and banner had not all to do with this case.
Oh, the bloodstained pottery. I remember that.
This doesn't look good. We'll be back to the mat theory if you don't do something.
Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act. If my wire theory is true, then that blood on the pottery must not have been blood at all? At first we thought it was red glaze, but it turned out to be blood. But what if we go back to that time when it was just red glaze by all accounts?
Objection!
But the police have already clearly identified it as blood.
You can't change fact to fiction, Miss Sykes, let alone travel back in time. Damn it.
Fuck. Give me my second try. No! Retry from this scene.
Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from?
Shame on you, Stono. Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Fulbright? Looks like they didn't check it.
Ah, don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackquill. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has those days. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. It's that way.
Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run.
True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can.
Your boldness. I demand that the blood on the pottery be analyzed this instant.
Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back.
Oh my, that was quick. We're history if it turns out to be the victim's blood.
Please, please let it be someone else's.
It seems the blood was not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved in this case reveals that it's O'Connor's blood. That the blood belongs to one Hugo O'Connor.
Thor!
Thor.
Don't worry, Ginny, just try to relax. Those hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand has suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in the struggle with the victim and his blood got on the pottery. Then, Ginny saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
There is but one way now to turn aside her blade, but do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is with Stono, for it is she who forces me to expose your secrets. Fine, whatever.
Wow, how much dirt does he have on Hugh?
The court will observe this odd-looking envelope. It was inside this that Miriam Scuttlebutt's script was found.
Miss Scuttlebutt? But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script?
Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all. Let's see here. My word! Talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed, you can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Court.
You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, you'll wish you hadn't.
Yikes, Marion wasn't kidding when she said that. The blood on the blade is the witnesses. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness.
Ouch! This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen.
Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We've still got the wire theory.
Yeah, I've got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there's no longer any basis for denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense wants to get to search just that.
You call yourself a lawyer? Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking?
Huh?
The court would like to remind the witness that its role is not to point out... And you, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? Or whatever. It seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire. A body sent sliding down that wire could have crashed into them. Care to explain that away? Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together.
Ugh, so the body would have collided with the statues? Huh, what if they did collide? Wait, that's it. Speaking of the statues, we still don't know how they were broken. But if we assume the body crashed into them, that would also explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room.
Oh, now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went off to the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection!
Interesting. How very interesting. But may I ask just one question? When was it that you heard said sound?
It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears there in the waiting room when— Ah!
Precisely. If that sound you heard did happen while the body was being moved, that would place it during the mock trial.
Ooh, which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started.
You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body.
He said he saw the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction, it's going to get me and our kids killed!
The focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection!
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So, should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion?
Good point. Ah! Prosecutor Blackwell is on our side!
I bet he's figured out the truth behind this case. Well, great, as long as he's not up to something else.
If the statues really were broken when the body hit them, then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me.
Like I said before, before the mock trial, the body was, you know... I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes! Now out with it. Did you truly witness the body?
Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it?
You what?
I
never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry.
Yes, we've exposed Hugh's big lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with?
Order! The base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has now been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecutor's case.
Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now, at least, we know the body was moved using the wire and school banner.
Indeed, that much I shall concede, Psychstono. The body was moved as you stated, and in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied then? If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story.
Right. Junie was...
She left the trial to go somewhere. The audio room, maybe? But this doesn't sound good for her.
Right. All 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection!
Oof, how simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio?
Oh no, how could I forget? It was... Hey, what's the big deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Jennifer was also in charge of the audio, but she wasn't in the trial. She was in the audio control room dealing with the music.
Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio.
No!
Why, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense.
Can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crime, Junie's an even deeper. Fuck. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. And here I thought Prosecutor Blackwell was on our side, at least on this issue.
The Twisted Samurai strikes again.
This twisted? It's more like dirt and rotten.
Your baldness, it is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case, but the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes?
Apollo, what are we going to do? I've got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niente.
I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too.
Poor Junie. Unless we figure out something, she'll be... objection! Objection! Well, I object to...
Stop right there. All ears to me. It's time. Whoops. All ears to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugo Connor. Listen and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Perfect crime?
Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday?
Yes, we did. This had better not be another one of his enraging traps. The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up. It all sprung up from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor. You already confessed yesterday. Then earlier today recanted your confession. As if you mock breathers could comprehend my genius. The end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection!
Enough. The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bear for all to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, for you are at the mock trial. And it is silly that I must remind you of this, but you are a participant the entire time. There shall be no more mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act.
He doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackwell's threats.
Listen, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. which means there's gonna be a contradiction somewhere. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me of the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had to run to the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. What the fuck? Claiming there's a body double. I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness's testimony make no sense at all? It is not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird, especially the whole thing about a body double. Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution? Your broadness summoned an ambulance this instance. The witness is stark, raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict. You people don't believe me? It's not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back. Oh, shut up, Apollo. The funny farm. Shut up. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this? Which is not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session. Your better judgment? I'm a judge and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections? Prosecutor Blackwell? The prosecutor said rubbish, we will be out on a stroll, then left with Detective Fulbright. How does he get away with stuff like that? Then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objection. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session. I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. You won't believe this, but I used the body double. That wasn't the real me of the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had to run to the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. I don't get it. His confession is overflowing with happiness. Maybe he enjoys thinking how his moth breathers can't comprehend his genius. But this goes way beyond normal happiness. He seems to take an insane level of delight in his confession. Even a normal level of delight would be weird for a confession. Then again, he's not what I'd call normal. Dude, why are you confessing? Who is this really for? I feel like that's the key to his out-of-control emotion. Is it in? Causing happiness. Stand in. I have no clue. Whoops, I got it wrong. Maybe he likes having the run of the campus. recall the grief I feel at the severity of my crime. Happiness is insanity beyond mine. Yep, got that one wrong. Maybe it's Juniper. Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? She's way too young for you, dude. Way too young. 25 years old? She's what? 18? Nah. Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. Secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only. The truth.
Objection!
Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that it overshadowed all of your other emotions. What are you? I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confessed. So Hugh was really trying to protect Juniper? Yeah, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. They're illegal feelings. That means his confession is... Finally figured out the obvious, have we? Why, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back! The confession was not but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the ideal? I.e. the accused? Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius my body double trick yet. Don't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it. Either we quit here and Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Who was the least worst choice? But first, let me update his testimony. Body double, what a bunch of baloney. I know, but I can hear the noise. It means there's a contradictory emotion somewhere. Contradictory emotion? Everything he says is one big contradiction. Right, and that's why I can hear his inner voice loud and clear. If we just think about Hugh and his competitive nature, we should be able to figure out the root cause of his discord. Surprise! Mr. O'Connor, this emotion is inconsistent with your testimony. Okay, it's weird that he's surprised by saying that he used a body double. In points, let's try this sadness. Damn it. Why is he sad about that? What? Maybe it's the happiness. I take joy in my intellect, feel anger toward your superficiality, suffer sadness at the world's ephemerality, and wonder at the universe's mystery. There is no emotion here. Oh my god. What is the correct answer? run to the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Feeling happiness as saying I'm the killer is weird, okay? What? I've tried everything! Did I miss something? This is embarrassing. I already tried surprise. Okay, so it's not that. Then how about this one? I did that one already. Did that one. What the hell? Not me looking up the walkthrough. I'll adjust this. Case attorney. Walk. And then skip over to dual section. Turnabout Academy. Trial. Body double. Okay. I won't believe this, but I used the body double. Happiness. You won't believe this, but I used the body double. Pinpoint happiness on the third statement. Didn't I do that already? There is no happiness here. I didn't almost lose, you say. Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time except during this statement. Oh, you don't know when to give up. Wait, now that I think about it. No, don't! Stop making stuff up! When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. I then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. I figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Flex Dono, how much longer will you indulge him in this charade? Well, it's true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors. The faculty sits on the faculty seats on the balconies are a different story and have a splendid view. I thought you could do better than that. I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side when facing the front of the hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat. But that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Quartz. As we all know, she was already dead by then.
Can't be right. An empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. I have no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. You said the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really?
I saw with my own eyes. It was definitely empty.
But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during his pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at this seat, addressing the students and faculty.
God, no, this can't be right. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me.
It doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details.
You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer.
All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not.
The second floor was deserted. Why won't you believe me? It's true, I tell you.
I went out through the balcony door without anyone noticing. Then all I had to do was go through the empty audio control room. It leads into the hallway, so I was perfectly capable of moving the body.
Whoa, talk about
a change in tone. It reads like a totally different testimony. It's like he realized something terrible the moment he opened his mouth.
If it's something he realized himself, his unease might also register in how he speaks.
Right. I'll focus on places where he hesitates or stammers then. I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you'd said something you shouldn't have.
What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see.
Mr. O'Connor, it's you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad.
You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be?
You said that you went through the empty audio control room, but that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. And that someone who was in the audio control room was... I know you realized there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. The audio control room really was empty. That would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus.
Oh!
Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her.
Juniper's innocent, that's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies.
His heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant his false testimony?
I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackwell. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict. Yeah! He broke out of his shackles again! I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center. Hugo Connor, in deference to your valor, I will limit your suffering with one clean blow.
Could you wait just 1 minute before you cut him down?
Silence.
Do not come between a samurai and his foe, Sykes-Dono.
I never learned about this in law school.
Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time. Very well, Golden Boy may live for now.
Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. He values the friendship between the three of you more than anything.
That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you, but I am not and never was a genius.
Sorry, but I already knew.
Me too. And don't forget me, though in all fairness, it was pretty obvious. Thought he was a genius. The stuff he said was crazy. No need to rub it in, just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents had been paying good money for my grades. But that's a bribery! What the hell is going on with the audio? Oh! I see. OBS froze again. That's why. I'll have to close it and open up again. God damn it. Give me a second. Okay. It opened up on the wrong side. I don't know why it does that. Oh my god, I'm having a hard time getting this thing. I have to change ports. Okay, the game is back. At least I caught it this time. The bribery wasn't Hugh's idea? All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone. Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius, I'm completely worthless. A perfect 0. Phew. Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday, so I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us? It looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. The truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there was something that could help me prove that to Hugh... We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah! As long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around! I know. What about that proof of friendship that you mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. It's handmade and there's only one like it in the world. Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band around your neck, that's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Ho ho! How very interesting. And chic. If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he is pressured. It proves he still has feelings of friendship between the other two. Doesn't matter if I wear it if those two. But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship band somewhere. Ginny and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the others were their proof of friendship. Where they're easy to touch. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. And Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh! Hey, Hugh!
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
He's still too young for you, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body. I didn't even see it. It may look like I'm speed reading. Zen in the art of mastering the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. Phew. So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to say Ginny, so yes, you can place your trust in me. Then am I to understand the witness is recanting his confession? Yes. A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi. Which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So we're back to square one? Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. Huh? Does this mean? Further resistance is futile. The time for a verdict is nigh. Please wait! What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Yes, we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout. But Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Hugh is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty, which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is... The balcony seat was empty! That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence.
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall never heard him deliver his speech? I know, and that's not a dispute here. Now let me explain how a speech could be given from an empty seat. It was pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane! I mean, he's the one who gave you the tape recorder! Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it. What? Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Professor Means gave that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations. Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow, who could have seen this development? Tape recorder updated in the court record. Identified as a fake, Professor Means used to pass it on to the police. The voice shouting "You're a goner" as recorded on this tape was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. Why, this is an extremely crucial piece of evidence. Professor Means gets accused of phony tape. That's really true. The Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence.
The seat was never empty. 'Twas but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms. Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. The speech was pre-recorded. The basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough, both of you. Now, here's my opinion on the matter. While the surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself. I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today. Humph. Do as you please. I knew he was the killer! I knew it! I was like, this dude is suspicious as hell! Woo! Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Themis Legal Academy. And let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this? Very well, if that's all you're interested in. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. We need to find some sort of evidence that shows this speech was pre-recorded. Alright, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. Oh no, I'd forgotten how long and boring his speech was. Wake me up once this is over. Hey, no fair! The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on our adult... Ah, you there! Wake up! Pay attention! Huh? I'm awake! I'm awake! Isn't that right, Your Honor? Huh? What? I'm awake too. Wide awake, see? Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. Pure white? statue is not white, it's gold. Pay attention and you may make a difference one day. Now let the mock trial begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes. He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears. Listen, Sykes-Dono. If you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Haga will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out. Eat! But you were asleep the whole time! Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech? Could I please hear that last part again? Maybe it's white gold? Nah. Because of this. This is Lady Justice and it's white. Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. There! I finally found what we needed! Professor Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does that last part we just heard contradict with this? The professor said the pure white Lady Justice would be watching over them, but the Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be. I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to test its authenticity. I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true that this statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement. Oh, well, that's a shame on every count. Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one, meaning the professor wouldn't have made a mistake in its color if he had been present. It seems I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part. The statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in the balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait! There's gotta be something that can prove that this speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here. It ended here. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes? It felt like it went on forever. How do you figure out how long it was? Easy, there's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. Speech goes from the 10-minute mark to 20:35. Wait a second. I could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that it was pre-recorded. I would like the court to take a look at this. And this is? The voice print analysis that proves the voice on the tape recorder belongs to our client. Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication? We did, but what I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise? Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. And what do you hope to prove by that? The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment the Professor Means began his speech? That would be exactly 10. Now let's fast forward this long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone. Right, subtract 10 minutes and you get 10:35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Right, 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Ad starts in 1 minute. Professor Meads' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence.
You seem rather confident considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers. But is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing, but it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analyzing the noise as we speak.
It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not going to get away with it. Not on my watch. Oh, okay. Time to take a little break. Be right back.
Miss Sykes, I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose, I offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what's happened.
All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony.
Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I had been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. Uh-oh, this doesn't sound good. I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean and mean what I say by all means. Professor Means' testimony. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states the end justifies the means.
I don't believe you.
When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her two friends innocent.
Her two friends?
The witnesses? Correct. Hugo Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. And she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end. You no doubt had high praise for her ruthless tactic. Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But alas, those days are over. Now in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means.
I'm so sick of hearing that phrase.
Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth of its victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality.
That does it. He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in him. Since he's already surrendered to the dark age of the law, it's up to me to fight it.
Why so silent, Sono? Something the matter?
This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking.
Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation.
Now go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is.
Cross-examination. Professor Means' testimony. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity secret.
I doubt our client would have come to you with something like that.
You have a point there. If only Professor Court had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead.
So our client came to you after Professor Court was dead?
Let's go through this step by step, shall we? First, Juniper came to me that day. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial.
Whoops. Are you suggesting it was our client who told you to fake an alibi?
You have every reason to be surprised. I too was shocked when she told me that. Simply put, Juniper has a secret that she wished to protect that badly.
Are you kidding me? That lie couldn't be further from the truth. The problem is, how am I going to expose it?
It was an earnest request from an outstanding student. How could I personally have refused? Juniper confessed the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court.
Did you consider that a threat?
Yes, but it's now you to whom she has passed her demands on to. Miss Sykes, you must realize that you too are being used by Juniper.
What?
Your Honor, I ask that you too do not let her feigned weakness and innocence fool you. Juniper Woods is quite clever and extremely tough. And perhaps, most important of all, she is a fervent follower of my teachings.
Objection!
Your Honor, the witness's testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character.
Very well, objection sustained. So be it. Nevertheless, the fact that she threatened me is immutable. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording.
How could you overlook such a threat? As a teacher, it's your duty to discipline students.
Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do on this matter. I suppose it was just wishful thinking on my part. I wanted to believe that Juniper hadn't actually committed murder and that she hadn't meant to threaten me. Really? Please do explain. Long had I waited for a student who would embody my teachings. Does this witness realize what he is saying? Surely you must see the truth meaning in my words. I am merely staying true to what I teach, and my methods are but a reflection of the times. Oh wow, his way of thinking is really warped, but I haven't heard any inconsistencies yet. I wouldn't be so sure. Really? The more he tries to avoid logical inconsistencies in his testimony, the more likely we'll see inconsistencies between his actions and words. It is a dark age in which we live, and there is much I would like to say on the matter. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. You were trying to protect our client? Yeah, right. He'll say anything to pin the blame on Junie. What a frightful look. I would ask that you not glare at me so. I have nothing but admiration for how Juniper was willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I am protecting her by any means possible. She has been a model student. Liar! You're trying to pin the blame on her! How am I going to show that what he's saying isn't what he's really thinking? You cannot possibly overturn my claim, so it's about time you admitted defeat? After all, my unassailable logic is now truth, and what is? He thinks I'm going to give in to his pack of lies? He's got another thing coming. I'm gonna find a hole in his story if it's the last thing I do. Even though he's rhymes at the core, he's a total pro. I mean, that all made perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up on his own words yet. Time to see how consistently the professor's testimony matches up with his actual action. What's the answer? Asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared. It's 8 p.m. Damn it. So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods? Ha! That's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor. It is an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it." There was no whispering slyly or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness. The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. But why would it even exist if the client wasn't... Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lied to protect yourself while blaming another. Why did Minnie Mouse hang up her stocking by the fireplace? Because she wanted to sock away some holiday cheer. Thank you for that. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. Why, you little... You dare call my teachings and methods lies? What the fuck? What is he doing? Oh, whoa! Themis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means when I'm through with you.
Huh? Professor Means? What's with your hair?
Quiet! No talking in class.
Ow!
Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes?
Huh? Oh, here.
Apollo Justice. I'm fine. Here. Fool, the proper response is here without any extraneous information.
Ouch!
Here. Next, Your Honor. Here. D-Class, that's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackquill. I said Simon Blackquill. Are you here or not? There's always one, isn't there? There's always one person who just does not answer the roll call. Yeah. Well then, I have just marked you absent. Now get out of my class this instant. Get out. Very well, if that is your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackpool is free of his shackles. It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinarian committee. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog to teacher's pets. What a malleable nut you are, Fulbright. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. Alright. Class is now in session. Oh, why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomach ache? Main point. Juniper is the killer. I am innocent. Pay attention. I am not the killer. Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening.
Objection!
But Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. Please note, I was not at school. Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention. The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home by that time. So how could I have been involved in this crime?
Objection!
Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time?
Can you prove that I was still at school?
No, I can't.
So you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you've also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate.
Ew! I do enough of that at the office.
No way, man! I totally object!
Robin? Can't believe I fell for the professor's silver-tongued lies.
Why you? How dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man! No way, no how! Now I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself!
The statue's on stage?
I want to know where this is headed.
I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage of the last bell? Right, and it would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished.
Professor Means was still at school. This is incredibly important testimony.
The professor told me, I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I made both statues myself.
I'm so sorry for not telling the truth!
Robin.
Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something. Yeah! And who's in charge of the class pet around here? Not interested. But if you want a class of swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, only real blades will do. No swords at school! All weapons will be confiscated! Yeah! Nurse! Nurse! Where's the school nurse when you need one? It would seem Psych Sono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your staff, quick as lightning. Very well, then I will just prove my innocence myself. The real lessons begin in school, period. Prepare to be served, old school style. What does that... Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please. Professor Means' work of art. Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant Juniper saw the two statues with their own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it now.
That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. Say, maybe around 8:30? That's when I noticed that both statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. Oh right, the professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as LLNG. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short a time. Ah, that didn't exactly help our case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. Professor Means' work of art. Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. Miss Newman took over half a day? Can you please be a little more precise than that? Ah, what a wonderful question. She was having quite a tough time, you see. Prosecutor Gavin's statue alone took her from the morning hours into the evening. Well, it is a rather large statue after all. Don't be silly. It merely exposes the difference between student and teacher. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. Most of the other statue? What exactly does that mean? Robin created the basic outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell rang. I, in turn, completed the rest of it. I see. In academics as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of statue making, didn't you? Why, you insolent little... It is the practical applications built upon the basics that take so much time. Professors such as I mastered the basics a long time ago. Unlike Miss Fancy Pants here, who lacked all lawyerly fundamentals. Oh, quiet, you! Now do you understand? I did not leave that stage until I was done. Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? Not on your life, Buster. No, I don't. I know there's more to this, and I won't stop until the truth comes out. The more you struggle, the more you sink, like so much legal quicksand, so to speak. I used the world's ultimate technique to complete the statue by 8:30 p.m. The defendant's Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30. Maybe our client only thought she saw the statues.
Silence.
A pity for you, but we have already confirmed it with the accused. He is on record as having seen both statues. Yeah, that's true. Just thought I'd give it a shot. I have the ultimate in courtroom techniques. It is absolutely airtight. I will bury you. This will be your final resting place, along with all who believes in you. Is there no way to get to this guy? You better pay attention, pay very close attention. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. Why were you in such a hurry? In the legal world, your body is your capital. The early bird gets the worm. That's why I get to bed at 9 p.m. each and every night. And that's why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime. Grr. Well, ready to concede that I never left the stage? Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim?
Not in your life, Buster. No, I don't. I know there's more to this, and I won't stop until the truth comes out.
I'd be careful, Athena. If you don't have anything, it's probably best to just grin and bear it for now until you find something to nail him with.
But...
When will you cease this nonsense? I am quite busy today, as I was with the crime of the night. The night of the crime? Crime of the night. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder?
Yeah, but you could have taken a short break or something.
Preposterous! I didn't even have 10 minutes to spare, not even 5 for a visit to the lavatory. Let me ask you, Your Honor, do you find anything wrong with my claim? So far, it appears that your statue making was quite a difficult choice. And I see nothing that could overturn your claim that you never left the stage.
But the art room is only a few steps away.
What's the plan? All I can think of is pressing him like crazy.
That's all I can think of too. We'll just have to seek out a hole to exploit. 7 and 8:30 p.m.
Oh, yeah, I didn't do that.
p.m.
Okay, it doesn't. I at least get credit for trying. Most of the other statues.
This one?
No, no. You okay, Athena? You can tell me if something's bothering you.
No, I'm totally fine. Actually, I'm not anywhere near fine.
The thing with cross-examinations is the answer you need isn't always obvious. You have to dig deep to find clues hidden in their testimony. Really wrestle with it.
Oh, so it's like grabbing a bull by the horns and wrestling it to the ground.
Well, try not to take it so literally. Just stick with pressing the witness.
Thanks, Apollo. Okay, let's give it a try. Okay, so... Aw, that's not helpful.
Why were you in such a hurry?
Yes, I accept it. I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede.
I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time.
I concede that Professor Means never left the stage.
That's right! But what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed that crime.
Not gonna give up here.
I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
Not yet. The defense still has an objection.
Athena, you've thought of something?
Well, as I said, not yet.
Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors.
Not yet, Athena. It is not yet time to quit. It's at times like these when it seems like there's no way out that I have to... Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he could commit the murder without going there.
It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones, if it'll distract her. Ah! Who brought the bird to school? Textono, if I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts? If I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time, the only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it! Every last one of us made a mistake. We were totally wrong about the... murder weapon? Suspect? No. Crime scene? If Professor Means was on stage the entire time, then he must be the killer. Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent. No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continue, Sextono. Okay, the murder was actually committed here. The stage? Lecture hall? Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm gonna pick lecture hall. Okay, no, never mind. Got a penalty. Waiting room? No, we were in the waiting room. Art room. Stage. The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all. Silly girl! When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed. There wasn't any blood on the stage? Really? But there was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now bloodstained. It's true, there were no bloodstains on the stage floor, but there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this school banner. No blood would have gone on the floor if this was under the victim when she was killed. Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence!
Ah! What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense. That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where'd the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in. Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well. You do? If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood. The other one. Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's the Governor's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood, like a dishcloth. And only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it. Ah! So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it. The Governor's banner was like a dishcloth? Surely it was at least towel quality. Simon, don't just stand there, do something!
Silence!
Sykes-Dono, you are learning to wield a blade quite well, but how will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? The remnants of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room. But why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claim? The bloodstain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room. The killer could have used this to transfer the victim's blood. You don't say. Care to explain how that would be possible? Your Honor, nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it. Besides, all you need is... Far-fetched arguments like that have no place in a court of law. Well, it was worth a try. No, it wasn't. Fuck. Aw, man! This is the second time I've lost! Huh. How about that one? To think you'd stoop so low as to present more garbage to this court. It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Governor's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. Order! Order! This is quite a development. I think the body was never actually moved. Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain that loud crash you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statue, then what was it? I hadn't thought of that. If that loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues, then what was it indeed? The knot in the school banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. So if that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder and then on the stage after. The object that was sent down the wire to the object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was the other statue? That statue? Yes, I believe it was the statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial, but she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it, as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence.
Perhaps you are onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap-huge relic in such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming. You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to interrupt the mock trial. Professor Means was trying to interrupt the mock trial. That must be the answer. Then let me ask this. Why would the professor want to interrupt the mock trial? I object, Your Honor. I object to how you always ask people questions like that. You should try thinking for yourself once in a while. Oh, I just had a thought. It involves a penalty for a certain smart alecky defense attorney. Okay. Point us the body? Professor Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi. That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. Damn. You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says and says what he means by all means. Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting. The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial.
R0G3RW4BB17 just traded with one of yours.
How you doing? Thank you for the raid. I'm currently playing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. I'm on the second game, third case. And I'm in the middle of finishing the third case. This is the last trial. Hope you've been having a good time during your last stream. So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that entire time? That can be explained by, It's been good? That's great. My voice is dying right now. If the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. No biggie. I gotta get ready to go to bed. Happy gaming. Thank you for the raid, and have a good rest. I know. We've come so far. Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and always will be. Wait a second. Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco. Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friends. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer and even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Athena, what's wrong? Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. Relax, Athena. Breathe. Now, things going dark. For all I've done, is this how it ends? Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would. You leave Athena alone, man! She's the one who saves me! It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I've raised false charges against Hugh. That's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Even now at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you better than most people, Athena. And I know you'd never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie. I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence!
Stop your bleeding this instant. You look like an utter fool. Prosecutor Blackwell? There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked for thus far? It would not do to have you disappoint you know who. You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the mighty of lawyers, for whom the ends justify the means.
Objection!
Don't worry, Athena, you're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him. But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Now let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles? Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else.
Astrid Loring just traded with
Ooh,
5
hello!
viewers.
Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. How's everyone doing? I'm currently at the end of the third case's trial. We're getting it's cool that you rated at this time because now we're getting a little summary of the case. How was your stream? I hope it was good. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden on stage, somewhere on stage until it was found. Not bad? That's great. What were you playing? That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Feel the mystery? Ah, the wholesome game of the year. Hope you had a lot of fun. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, when did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Well, let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is... What did she say? When did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Was it before the mock trial? No, that can't be it. Hugh testified that he'd seen the body before the mock trial, but it turned out he was lying to protect Junie. The appearance of the body has to coincide with the time covered by the professor's alibi. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is during the mock trial. It was during the mock trial, specifically, during the speech? Well, Junie wasn't there. During the speech. Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before, specifically the white statue. During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the White Lady Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. Was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? Doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something was used to cover the body up, but it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. In that way, no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. What was already on the stage and capable of concealing a body? The right statue? The school banner? Okay, no. Had to be something where you couldn't tell there was a body inside. The right statue then. The body was hidden by right statue. Oh, I know! The Mr. Right statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Miss Newman gave up on the bright statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat that was.
Objection!
No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work, the murder of Professor Quartz. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hit the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue. What? I second that what? Now this is getting interesting. No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh, I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm going to pose like the statue, like so. And now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth that I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. Alright, I think that about does it. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look just like a statue of Mr. Wright or what? Looks like some random person to me. Weren't the statues a pair of busts? Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair. The statue's head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. You gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it, the hands! Her arms are raised over her head and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrist indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No! Besides, it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Quartz's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given her hands were tied? In an objection pose. Behind my head? Behind my back? Tie both my hands in an objection pose. You sure? What about the spiky hair on the back of the head? Oh, I know! The box is right there! Go pull some out and you can glue it on. Okay, I'm on it.
Objection!
Ouch! Ouch! What do you think you're doing, Apollo? Sorry, Athena. I couldn't do it.
Don't be such a wimp.
Aw, how unfortunate. And I was still looking forward to seeing where that was headed.
It's all Apollo's fault. Guess I better think of something else.
Behind my back?
How about tying my hands behind my back?
You sure? What about the spiky... Oh.
Silence!
You sure? What about the spiky hair on the back of the head?
I don't have this massively long hair for nothing. Just use some super glue to bond it into place.
Fool, you shall ruin your hair. Luckily for you, no such glue residue was found in the victim.
Huh? Oh! When you're right, you're right.
Okay, so it's behind the head.
Apollo, tie both of my hands behind my head. See? This makes it possible to fake the spikes in the back of Mr. Wright's head.
Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose.
Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this.
I can't help thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now.
What does the victim's body have that I don't? Oh right, there was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side.
What, are you crazy?
Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rapido, Snell.
Alright. I don't need to know other languages to know bossy when I hear it.
The fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created from 2 hands. A masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth.
Remember to make the arrows stand out, okay? Mommy, the arm's too short! Remember your indoor voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But what else could you use for the arm? Don't won't give up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now, disappointing me again in the penalty will be doubly painful. Fuck. Damn it. I don't want to lose a third time. Yikes, I guess I better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it wasn't premeditated, he would have used something close at hand in his little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup photos again. Like that? Right now? Okay, hold on. Please, 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 please be in this photo. It just has to be. The arm on the Mr. Right statue is really this thing right here. This? Got it! I know what to use for the arm of the statue of Mr. Right. This is absurd. There is no such thing in this photo. Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there. Staff! This is the spear of a great legal warrior. Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up. It's Venus Wright! Look, it's that famous lawyer! That's definitely him. I'd know that pose anywhere. We did it, didn't we? Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages into an era of brilliant golden light. Golden light, all you see before me, is a pink specter of a man. That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink. Blah, that joke deserves a pink slip. It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness? Bah, the resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence. Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theories to be more than mere coincidence. To prove that a spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is touch the spear for blood. We had assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in, but if the wound was from the spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it. Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible, what if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you. Phew, surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now, I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. Bathroom detail. Retake bar exam. 30% salary cut. Dismissal. Guilty? His teeth broke. They shattered. Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become of our witness Aristotle Means? It is as Sykes Dono suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to his heinous crime, all of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Great. He'll teach felons at the end just vice the means. So much for rehabilitation.
Can I ask what the professor's motive was?
I could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth.
One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. One had a former dentist, too.
I eventually had him put pen to paper. It turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim has suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing, right there on that stage. The result? The heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know of the script's content via the victim's note. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with their own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script and thus frame the defendant.
But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark as Professor Court's planner.
Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class.
Really? So then...
Indeed, once upon a time, Professor Means was also rewarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance Court was clean and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. If this is the dark age of the law, then we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods,
not guilty.
Woo! We got another not guilty verdict! Yeah! I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you, if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain.
That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today.
Court is adjourned.
Thank you, Dina. I really mean it. It was nothing, really. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that.
I don't know. You looked pretty wound up there at the end, literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster.
I wanted to thank you too, Apollo.
Don't mention it.
The way you were always there for Dina when she was in a bind? At the detention center where your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands.
I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. But I still have lots of work to do. And I can't wait until we see you on the judge's bench.
I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why until that day, I'll... Guys, I've got some big news! I mean, this is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay. I think. What's the big news? The school festival! It was supposed to have been canceled after what happened, but...
We just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen, the festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow.
Really? Alright.
We've got a special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy. Achtung, baby. It's time for the Guitar Serenade.
Wow, that was so much fun. School festivals are amazing. I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Ah, your singing voice, Juniper. It can melt my H-E-A-R-T.
Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember, the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congratulations on your mock trial win. Although Robin had you for a while there.
I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm gonna make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court.
Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial and who won? Level-headed lawyer course students and hot-blooded prosecutor course students will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Hearts. So, does this mean it's really gonna happen? I would hope not! He's 25 years old! Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you.
Huh? Ooh, is he gonna do what I think he is?
Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been?
Huh? Best friends? Weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if he won the mock trial?
No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius and that I'm really 25 years old. Yeah, I would hope that he wouldn't confess for the, like, zillionth time. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial.
What? Listen, Hugh. You too, Robin, Miriam.
Me too? Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science.
Been thinking. It's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means. Count me in!
I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship.
You bet! And what about your BFF, Apollo?
Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office.
Hey, no talking about me behind my back. So what kind of guy is he anyway?
Well, if I had to describe him in one word...
And so, fuck.
Their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant.
Why, Apollo, why? Why would you leave us all behind?
Okay, that's it for the stream. Okay, let's send everyone over to Sakyu, playing I the Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiative. Woo. I'll be back on Friday to play Infinity Nikki. Bye bye everyone.